Yo, just another day chilling with the afro, but I ain't got no afro. I got no toes. I said, bitch, give me your tippy toes because your tippy toes is all I want. Fucking Jay Bird, where you at with the flows? I got them beats. I want to get them. I gotta get them. I want them. I want them. I gotta get them. I'm gonna start making my beats and I'm gonna start trilling on these hoes and I'm gonna hoe on these trills. East side Las Vegas and city till I die. I'm gonna just go local in the brain. So I'm crazy, but I'm not crazy. I just know so much shit that it blows your fucking mind. If you knew what I knew, you know what the fuck I do. I'm just a light bringer in the dark to the dark. I could put the headphones on. Well, I could be like, fuck your mom. I could be like, fuck your daughter. And I say, get the fuck out of my room. And I say, bye bye, because I earned this shit. I work my shit. Everybody act like I ain't got my shit. I've been getting my shit since day one. Flex on them hoes. I might be a little chubby. But I can work on that. Can you work on your shitty ass attitude? Work on that, bitch. I got teeth. They real as fuck. They ain't fake teeth. They real teeth. I can get some fake teeth, but fuck some fake teeth. I want some real things. Like them real hoes with them afros or no afro. Whatever you rocking, girl. I sit here by myself in my head losing it, but I don't give a fuck because I ain't losing it. I just know reality is what you can dream of. And I'm dreaming of a fantasy bigger than all y'all's. Come and see me. I'ma see you. I'm in 3D, but I can be in that 5D view. I'm living on planes that they wish they had. I could be locked up in a week. I don't even know what's gonna happen. I got motherfuckers out here trying to put shit on my name. I know motherfuckers be hacking my shit. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna put it on the game. You can try cloning my phone, but you'll never be a clone to me. Because I can put you on space, I can put you on Mars. Like Kevin Gates said, I really got a spaceship in my room. Multiple dimensions, or am I dimensionally mental? You'll never know. I just know I like to have fun in my head, and my head has a lot of fun to go. Shit, little W's. Yeah, I'm a little fat, chubby, hungry. I want your baby belly. Eat neck and guts, eat motherfucker like Brother Lynch. Oh, I got my monitor over here chilling. I'm just posted in the corner like, Doug, what the fuck's going on in the ceilings? All I hear is pang, 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 bang, bang, bang. I'm like, what the fuck going on in the world? I'm trying to figure out where the fuck all it goes. I'm not talking about little girls. I'm talking about women. At least 25, maybe 23. But I'm looking for somebody like 30. 30s, trying to get that money, trying to get it, got it. Fuck around, cash your cash if you fucking with dubs. The shit we do makes slugs cry. Motherfucker put a cross on your chest hoping you die. Maybe suicide contemplated, but I'll never go down because I got a life to live and I'm living a life of mine. You can say I'm a clone, but I ain't no clone. I just know I've died probably 100,000 times in many fucking worlds. I got a brother, I got a sister, I got a father, and I got 2 roommates. I'm just like, damn, Dubs, what the fuck going on in this shit? Should we post up while we go to sleep? Should we stream our sleeping? How the fuck is that shit eating? My neck, my gut, my tummy says, Dubs, we gotta feed ourselves some more, but I'm like, Dubs, we already ate too much. That food demon needs to go away. That food demon needs to go. So I need some drugs, but I don't need drugs. I got hugs. But oh shit, does it? No man. This I'm a bone token alcoholic. I just want to dance with nothing in my brain, and my brain got a whole lot of nothing in it right now because I'm fucking bored as shit, but I'm not bored. I'm myself entertaining. I'm entertaining myself. I'm freestyling just for a mile, and then my eyes are going for fucking. Man, I gotta put a beat on. Just put a beat on. Let's see. Let's find beats. I'll put best, but fuck it. Yo, hey baby girl, what you know about the doves? Every day I'm on the creek, late night putting in the slugs. I don't give a fuck. You can try to be me, but I'm never putting in work. All I'm doing is on 3P. But I put in more work than you ever could see. I got so many women saying they have artists like me. But I guarantee you ain't nobody like a dove. Doves got them hugs. Doves got them thugs. Doves got everything in the streets from the fucking riches to the bridges. I'ma spit the shit all day, every way that I can, any way that I want. I can get it how I live how I get it. I ain't tripping about your bitch. My monitor will eat you. My motherfucking dragon will kill you. I don't even have to do it. I got a demon in my room. What's up, big guy? You don't believe me? Come and see me. You might be seeing in me, but can you see me and you? Cause I see me and you and me. They say we divinely protected. I say we divinely blessed. All I got is a whole lot of thugs in my head, a whole lot of drugs in my head. But then I got nothing in my head because I ain't got no fucking drugs. Am I naturally high or am I just obedient? I never stay obedient. Everyone thinks I'm fucking crazy. Everybody's like, Dubs, who are you lately? I'm like, yo, I'm still motherfucking Michael Victor Van Cleef Jr. Born and raised on the east side, Las Vegas, in the city till I die. If you don't believe me, ask my father, ask my brother. I just get in trouble with a whole lot of people. And people think we ain't no equals. Until they find out that I'm divinely guarded. And I'm guarded like divinely because I know I'm Kevin Gates in the flesh, but no, I'm not Kevin Gates because I'm motherfucking me and I'm gonna do me like I want. Everybody wants something that they can't be. I know what I can be, so I'm gonna get what I want. I'm living in these rooms right now just thinking what the fuck is going on in my head. Hey, I could go to bed, record myself late night, in my dreams, my fantasy head, or I could sit here thinking what the fuck is going on with this world we're in. I put a lot of work in these walls. I did a lot of work for these fucking things. Me and my boys put time in this motherfucking place. Ask any one of them, Jamie B, Killer KO, Patty Cakes. Fucking Patty Cake. Where you at, Patty? I had a bitch named Destiny. She came through with a whole lot of fantasies, but I told her I should hit the fucking road with you leaving with that Troy fool. Then I met this girl, Bree. She said she knew me from past times. I said, girl, I don't even know you from the first time. You come to my life and you dance around like a clone. I said, get the fuck out my room. I ain't fucking with you. Unless you fucking with me. Everybody want to know what the fuck is going on. If you're seeing through these eyes, you will see what I got to deal with. I don't know if you can. Everywhere that I live, if you live that I got. In my backyard, I got paint ready to spray it up. You gonna collab with me or you gonna whole lab with me? I got a big old fucking bed, man. I got a big old fucking bed. Look at that big old bed. Yeah. And I bought that bitch. I bought that bitch with my money. My money. Oh, W, little chubby. Oh, what we gonna do now, guys? I don't fucking know, man. I hate not having socks on, though. I don't have my socks on. Where my socks at? Where I have socks? Oh, no, it does. This was. Dear mama, something's wrong. It's cold for a summer night. I feel there's something far beyond what is in my sight. I don't know if we're safe here. I don't think we should stay here. Dear mama, something's wrong. It's cold for a summer night. There must be something in the water that's making us fall this way. So tell your brothers and your daughters. They better stay away. 'Cause out here, there's something strange. I send an SOS, but nobody hears the call. I'm starting to wonder if anyone's out there at all. Don't know if it's just me or if we're going crazy. It's getting harder to breathe. There must be something in the water that's making us slow this oh, we definitely called for something. We always called. That sounds so cool. Oh, Chris, the desert. Haha. The desert always cold at night, you know. The desert gets cold. Summertime, man. It's making us all this away. Shoot, I might go do a campfire outside. Man, I might just go do a campfire. But I can't. I ain't done one of those in a minute. They better stay away. Oh. Something strange. Something strange. Oh, my tongue. Oh. Ooh. I'll work on that shit. Gotta stop drinking so much. Definitely gotta work on not drinking so much. Oh man, I got a lot of shit, dude. A lot. Half my clothes gone now. Yeah, one more fucking. Man. I don't know where. Life, trying to make it through my day so I can sleep at night. Trying to figure out my way through the maze of rights and wrongs. But like you used to say, nothing feels like it's really worth it. Forget perfect. I'm trying not to be worthless. Since I last saw you, I've been looking for a purpose. Well, I met this kid who thought like I did. He had a weird way of looking at it. This is what he said. Slip out the back before they know you were there. At the worst, you'll see nobody cares. Cause you don't want to be around when it all goes down. Even heroes know when to be scared. Slip out the back before they know you were there. At the worst, you'll see nobody cares. Cause you don't want to be around when it all goes down. Even heroes know when to be scared. Slip out the back before they know you were there. At the worst, you'll see nobody cares. Cause you don't want to be around when it all goes down. Even heroes know I don't remember where I met him or remember his name, but he walked funny like he was just too big for his frame. Just over 5 foot, but he weighed above 50. And what he said seemed so right, he stuck with me. Listen, it's like poker. You can play your best, but you gotta know when to fold your cards and take a rest, and know when to hold your cards, hold your breath, and hope that nobody else is stacking the deck. Because I don't need to tell you that life isn't fair. It doesn't care. It arbitrarily cuts off your air. And like you, I want someone to say it's okay. And the truest part of our hearts, everybody's afraid. We're just underappreciated and overwhelmed, fighting so hard to hide our fear that we're scaring ourselves. You understand what I'm saying? You always did, but it's different in the words of the power. Just so nobody cares. You don't want to be around when it all goes down. You're a hero, so scared. And I don't know, hero, you remember how it was, you know. All you have to do is story getting out of control. To the point where everything's going Amanda spinning around in circles again. This is where you come in. All of this to explain to you why I had to separate myself away from yesterday's life. Please remember, this isn't how I hoped it would be, but I had to protect you from me. That's why I slipped out the back before you knew I was there. I know you felt unprepared, but every single time I was around, I just bring you down, and I could tell that it was time to be scared. That's why I slipped out the back before you knew I was there, and I know the way I left wasn't fair. I didn't want to be around just to bring you down. I'm not a hero, but don't think I didn't care. I'm also not the same thing, but no, I see you in the construction beat on the night that was gonna break in the function. Reach a thing that I leave the reaper alone. I'm just getting money, leave the reaper alone. But I'm out here looking in my teeth alone. Know what I said, they get upset. They coming at me in the red, mixing the threads. I'm busting out, I've been in bed, no internet. I start the person like the reds, or like Jack Bass. Do shit and get rich just for Ted, cause I'm a neck. I believe these random features, flooded with baguettes. Beretta, Draco checks, in my clip, I grip my sales. All the money gang, I ring up rubber stuff like elevators. All my niggas take the steps on my ankle, walk my car, ripping the snippets on my road. Flexing cabin for them hoes, doesn't crash like a carpet rifle. Now that pussy bleeding like he on the cycle. 40 yellow, chopping things, feeding, that's all my Goliaths. Rapping, trapping, what I do, Shaggy, Daphne with Scooby, Bishop, double looks and double guns. Loves on girls, I serve distribution strands. Told my mama I could never leave the streets alone. Daddy asked me with the gasolina, I saw reggaeton. Mama praying that I leave the streets alone. Preacher praying that I leave the reef alone. I'm just getting money, leave the beef alone. But I'm out here thugging in my teeth alone. Know what I said, they get upset. They coming at me in the red, mixing the threads. I'm busting out, I've been in bed, no internet. I start the person like the reds, or like Jack Bass. Shit, lay on my head, I'm worth the sweat. They let me hit it on the reds, live out the bread. I'm gonna be broke just like some stags, when I'm protect. Shit, bro, go with that whole text. That bitch was bags, I'm to the legs. I can't trust the hoe to smile, sleep alone. Niggas out here struggling, they need a loan. For me making good, my money need a loan. But I'm out here bugging in my teeth alone. Whoa, 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 came about the look, can't leave the streets alone. Cause I'm out here ducking in my teeth alone. Know what I said, they get upset. They coming at me in the red, mixing the threads. I'm busting out, I've been in bed, no internet. I start the person like the reds, or like Jack Bass. Shit.
answering, how do we know these so-called psychics aren't just clever frauds? How can we be sure the researchers didn't skew their results to fit a narrative? And most importantly, how do you know that I'm not just making this all up? Well, in this series, I'll be directly quoting from the CIA's archives, among other government agencies like the NSA and the DIA that have declassified material from the Stargate project. And we'll be addressing all of these concerns and more in gratuitous detail, as we do for pretty much everything on this channel. You can check out my exact sources in the description below. But will you really be convinced? After you finish watching, let me know in the comments. This is part 1, where we'll learn about the history of the Stargate project and explore the most wild and shocking accomplishments of its primary focus, the psychic ability known as remote viewing. And next week in part 2, we'll tackle the complex evolution of Stargate, the actual missions carried out by its most talented psychic spies, and finally, we'll uncover the true reason why the CIA ended it, which you definitely won't expect. And you're going to be getting it all straight from the source. Hey, fellow seekers, welcome. I'm Mr. Mythos. If you're a fan of strange, ancient, and in this case, top-secret scientific mysteries with research so deep, you're guaranteed to fall down the rabbit hole. You're in the right place. I humbly ask that you give this video a like and ding the notifications bell so you don't miss any of the rare info we'll be digging into every video. And if you love it, share it around. Let's get the people talking. But before we dive in, it's no exaggeration that I've read well over 1,000 pages of dense information for this project. I could have read Bill Bryson's 624-page behemoth, A Short History of Nearly Everything, twice, but I'll let you in on a secret. I kinda did both. Today's sponsor, Blinkist, is one of my favorite services because it condensed non-fiction books into bite-sized summaries of all the most powerful ideas, and they call these blinks. Basically, Blinkist is to books what Mr. Mythos is to the CIA Stargate archives. They do the research for you because time is valuable. Most blinks only take around 15 minutes, like 2 I really enjoyed, A History of God and the Tao of Physics. But Blinkist doesn't compromise when it comes to big books like A Short History of Nearly Everything, around 40 minutes well spent. Let me tell you, they really pack in the gems. One of the coolest things I learned was that quantum physics and Einstein's theory of relativity aren't really compatible, even though both are scientifically valid.
Right.
But basically, relativity applies to the larger forces in the universe, like time, while quantum physics explains things at the subatomic level, the movement of electrons. Why these two theories don't work with the other is one of life's greatest mysteries, but Blinkist does a great job in explaining both in simple terms. With over 5,000 titles in 27 categories, no matter where your interests are, you'll find a rabbit hole worth diving into. And right now, they've got a special offer for viewers of my channel. Click my link in the description to start your free 7-day trial with Blinkist and get 25% off a premium membership. Thanks again to Blinkist. Let's dive right into one of the most fascinating modern mysteries, the Stargate project, and the possibility that we live in a psychic universe. The Stargate project was a top-secret unit of the U.S. military, the final evolution of its predecessors, the project's codenamed Scanning, Gondola Wish, Grow Flame, Center Lane, Dragoon Absorb, Project CF, Sunstream, and finally, Stargate. Over its epic 23-year operation, it was overseen by the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, the Army Intelligence and Security Command, INSCOM, and the Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA, with many others involved, some of whom we may never know about, as they've been deliberately redacted from the documentation. Stargate investigated what's known as parapsychology, otherwise understood as psychic abilities and related paranormal phenomena. Their initial research began in 1972 and lasted until 1995, with the ultimate goal being to create a trainable and accurate method of psychic spying. Though the Stargate project investigated many different psychic powers, such as psychokinesis, the ability to influence the physical world with just the power of the mind, their primary focus was on remote viewing. Theoretically, remote viewing is using the mind's eye alone to observe and acquire direct information of locations, objects, and events that are blocked from ordinary means of perception. Usually, this implies a significant geographical distance between the remote viewer and the target. For example, a secret weapons storehouse on the other side of the world. The target might also be hidden by shielding, such as a file in a locked cabinet. However, these observations may also penetrate through time, as in a number of cases, remote viewers have seen the past or the future. At the time, the Stargate project developed the most rigorous set of protocols and controls ever used in remote viewing research to maximize every session's data quality and scientific validity. And this is pretty important to note because most coverage on this topic unfairly suggests that poor methodology was a cause for the project's death. That wasn't the case. According to the CIA's final evaluation, quote, "The experiments are well designed, and the investigators have taken pains to eliminate the known weaknesses in previous parapsychological research. In these experiments, a viewer attempts to draw or describe a target location, photograph, object, or short video segment. All known channels for receiving the information are blocked. Sometimes the viewer is assisted by a monitor who asks the viewer questions. Of course, in such cases, the monitor is blind to the answer as well." End quote. Even with an understanding of the basic process and scientific rigor, it might still be hard to stomach some of the major accomplishments of the Stargate project. One remote viewer uncovered previously unknown details of a hostile nuclear testing site. Another discovered the world's largest submarine, built by the Soviets before it was even launched. Yet another viewer located a lost enemy spy plane that was obscured beneath the African jungle. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. There are easily dozens, if not hundreds of instances where a viewer provided key information from the inside, which no radar, telescope, or satellite imagery could possibly see. This is why Stargate's funding was approved on a year-by-year basis for more than 2 decades, at a cost of over $20 million. And if you're a U.S. citizen, you paid for it with your taxes, so you deserve to know about it. Back then, and even to this very day, is the opinion of the primary researchers, as well as a number of government officials involved, that the Stargate project provided irrefutable proof of the existence of remote viewing. Even the CIA themselves, when questioned about it in 2021, wrote, quote, "The assessments of the CIA officers involved in the program during the 1970s was that enough accurate remote viewing experiences existed to defy randomness." End quote. So, my question is, why do so many mainstream sources insist that there's no evidence of remote viewing? And why have the research findings of the Stargate project been ignored by the larger scientific community? Is it really that hard to believe in the possibility of psychic phenomena? But here's the thing about the Central Intelligence Agency. It doesn't matter how fringe the theory is. If it has potential, the CIA will explore it. Like in 1955, when they investigated whether Adolf Hitler was still alive and hiding in Colombia, based on 2 witness testimonies and a rather grainy photo. Psychic powers, however, have been on the agency's list for a long time. According to the CIA, quote, "From very early in CIA's history, we have been interested in whether extrasensory perception, ESP, or other paranormal phenomena, generally called parapsychology, exist, and if so, whether they had operational uses for intelligence." The earliest record our historians have found on this topic is a 1948 memorandum speculating on whether hypnotized people could be used for long-distance communication. We didn't, however, conduct our own research into psychic phenomena until the summer of 1972. End quote. What came in 1972 was the result of a perfect storm. The countercultural revolution of the 1960s brought with it a wave of New Age thinking that renewed mainstream interest in studies of human consciousness and the capabilities of the mind. But perhaps the biggest driver of the CIA and the military alike was the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union. The years leading into the 70s were some of the most fast-paced, high-pressure, and paranoid of the entire century. On both sides, it seemed as if the enemy was working harder and quicker and making non-stop progress toward the ultimate means of world domination. The race between the Americans and the Soviets was in full effect. However, the Soviets had one distinct advantage. They'd been conducting numerous government-funded studies into psychic phenomena since the early 20s. Without getting into the Soviet Union's own complex parapsychological history, which we'll cover in a future video, all you need to know is that CIA intelligence reports revealed rapid progress and fear-worthy successes being made by Russian parapsychologists. They also knew that by 1970, the Soviet Union was spending 60 million rubles per year on psychic experiments, and by 1975, that number had rose to over 300 million. Of particular concern, though, was the potential of remote viewing, because his psychic spying ability seemed to pass through geographic barriers and physical defenses like nothing. In 1977, the North Carolinian Congressman Charlie Rose argued in a meeting with representatives from every U.S. state, quote, "It seems to me that remote viewing would be a hell of a cheap radar system, and if the Russians have it, and we don't, we're in serious trouble," end quote. Little did the world know, though, that a top-secret psychic project was already underway, and it had been for 7 years. At that time, this project was codenamed Gondola Wish, and it would eventually become Stargate. But at the very beginning, the summer of 1972, it wasn't called by any name. In fact, the term remote viewing didn't even exist yet. It was just two laser physicists who met a self-proclaimed psychic who was so incredibly convincing that the Men in Black decided to pay them a visit. Dr. Harold Pitoff and Russell Targ were the key researchers of the first phase of the Stargate project, and these two were rather interesting people. Harold Pitoff, a Stanford University graduate with a PhD in electrical engineering, was renowned for his field advancements in quantum electronics and zero-point energy. He was also a hardcore Scientologist, reaching what was then the top OT7 level. However, Dr. Pitoff cut off all ties with the Church of Scientology just a few years into his involvement with the remote viewing project. Pitoff was the program's first director, running it from is conception until his retirement in 1985. Also, even though his name is Harold, his colleagues just called him Hal. Hal Pitoff's research partner, Russell Targ, was arguably even less conventional. Both legally blind and at the same time an avid motorcyclist, Targ pioneered some of the earliest laser research with the first working lasers in the 1960s. And like Pitoff's close relationship with Scientology, Russell Targ had his own lifelong fascination with occult topics. As a child, he read books on theosophy and ancient astronaut theory, all of which he came across in his dad's occult bookstore in Chicago. However odd they may have been, both men had a demonstrated history as esteemed scientists and researchers, putting their own beliefs aside in pursuit of objective findings. In the winter of 1972, Targ was hired by Pitoff as a senior research physicist at Stanford Research Institute, also known as SRI. SRI had long been involved in special access government-funded projects, top secret stuff, but never anything parapsychological. That was until a few unexpected events led to a visit from the CIA. In Hal Pitoff's 1996 paper, titled CIA-Initiated Remote Viewing Program at Stanford Research Institute, he recounts the rather obscure beginnings of the project, which began with Pitoff confronting a bit of a scientist's dilemma. Quote, "In early 1972, I was involved in laser research at Stanford Research Institute. At that time, I was also circulating a proposal to obtain a small grant for some research in quantum biology. In that proposal, I had raised the issue whether physical theory as we knew it was capable of describing life processes, and had suggested some measurements involving planets. This proposal was widely circulated, and a copy was sent to Cleve Baxter in New York City, who was involved in measuring the electrical activity of planets. New York artist Ingo Swann chanced to see my proposal during a visit to Baxter's lab and wrote me suggesting that if I were interested in investigating the boundary between the physics of the animate and the inanimate, I should consider experiments of the parapsychological type." End quote. This Ingo Swann, by the way, is a very important figure whose odd and sometimes extraordinary abilities we'll be exploring many times throughout this series. Swan was a visionary artist and a psychic from New York who, alongside Russell Targ and Harold Ptolemy, is recognized as the co-founder of the Stargate project. He would be the designer of the foundational remote viewing techniques that drove the program, the same ones still used by remote viewers today. Pretty much everyone who worked with Swan, both inside and out of the project, noted that he had a deep interest in the technical and scientific aspects, which isn't so surprising as, before meeting the two laser physicists, he'd already participated in some laboratory tests to better understand his own abilities. And speaking of which, Dr. Ptolemy continues, quote, Swan went on to describe some apparently successful experiments in psychokinesis, in which he had participated at Professor Gertrude Schmeidler's laboratory at the City College of New York. As a result of this correspondence, I invited him to visit SRI for a week in June 1972 to demonstrate such effects, frankly, as much out of personal scientific curiosity as anything else. Prior to Swan's visit, I arranged for access to a well-shielded magnetometer in the physics department at Stanford University. End quote. As Ptolemy goes on to mention, this first experiment was a complete surprise to me. I had no idea he would be tested that day, and definitely no knowledge of what challenge he'd be up against. A magnetometer is a device that measures the strength of a magnetic field, and Swan would be tasked with manipulating the magnetic field around it. However, this was no ordinary magnetometer. Due to the experiments, this particular one was
Oh no.
Crazy, I don't stop it, real like keep this shit in dry. Told me he gon' get him half, sound like somebody gotta die. Thought that shit was he gon' get back, he was yapping like shy. I can't help but take it personal, you play with one of mine. Say you love me, but he said he with that bitch, so never mind. Having shit right out my pocket, why the fuck would I go find? Back to shot, I got it right shit, I ain't even need a shot. Lay that first up on my flat court, that dude's got check a sign. Why you settle for some rights? No, I can never too much pride. You gon' gamble with your life to be my guest, don't roll the dice. Why you try to get it this time? You already know the price. They take his side till he gon' fly, yeah, I've seen that too many times. They say it's fake, that's just some shit that I can find myself relating to. I took that risk, ain't look back once after I went and made that move. Repercussions, not a good discussion. Only got know what I've been through, both the people show it ain't shit. I run only with a pistol. You can't miss me, I'm a pretty little shawty. When you pretty, that's what made me what I'm big. Say last time I'm quick to press some shit on baby. Still a lady when I'm with her. I know we can't live without me. You know I ain't never leaving. The plug just called and say you got that reason. Tell them I shit comes out that I just family. You told them I'm a look. I hate the way you be so comfortable. Don't appreciate you. Don't know how you told them not get up. You don't fuck around and find out. They ain't down with just tell me what you want and I'm paying. Try to play like I'm a little me, just like the way I say it. Not the same, I'm in it. Any games, even under my say, I don't care. If it's a dummy, if it's beef, then you don't comprehend. birthday in the Fiji. If it wasn't for that face, you we still kick it every weekend. You ain't running shit, so you can stay the fuck away. Yeah. You be swerving, now you need to stay up in that lane. Yeah. I be making moves on me, this shit be day to day. No, I don't fuck with you, won't catch me fucking with a lane. I was trapping hard, low key outside my mama's place. Yeah, I dropped out of school, barely in the 10th grade. The couldn't stick the broke chicks in this paper, been my thing. When you went far away, just swear to God, I'm not the same. I stay in your bracket with bitches is that man. I don't wanna do for somebody you wacky. The only thing I want is money and happiness. Give me the love, you can keep on bagging. I don't say too much until I get to rapping. Cause I saw me sit down and put on the app and listen to shit that they left right past. I was chilling this bitches if I was a pastor. Yeah, wish you knew how deep it really was. I thought you had me, then you started hitting me up. I'm fucked up, man, I just needed some love. But play my life because I think I already know. That's how I think when I go reminisce about before what it was that
Fucking
day I
does.
started rapping. Not trying to be a bitch, but never thought you switch up. I don't wanna wish you luck, nah. Just so bad, do you got me fucked up? Why you act like that? Best friends won't leave you lonely like some fans. I need to stay home. Good, even when my feelings tuck, they mad. But don't hit my line, cause you can't come back. You ain't running shit, so you can stay the fuck away. Yeah. You be swerving, now you need to stay up in that lane. Yeah. I be making moves on me, this shit be day to day. No, I don't fuck with you, won't catch me fucking with a lane. I was tripping hard, low key outside my mama's place. Yeah. Breaking down the way, you gotta say I'm feeling lucky. I ain't asking for a lot, but I can tell I'm really lonely. Cause you got it on my own, so they ain't taking nothing from me. Thought you ever 50K, so why you running out of money? I appreciate the days I made it rain, and it was funny. I'm a thing to make a face, fucking shade the way I'm coming, treat me different when I'm winning, can't wait to be.
What up, though? What up, though? Feel this. This is my journey, my struggle to where I'm at today. See, you can either fall in the darkness, or you can follow the light. No car, no money, no food, so hungry, no friends, nobody. I'm about to go nutty. Only from the clothes, but we was living pro, honey. Act like you know, dummy. Let it do, study. Roll, be in the street. It's cold out here, keep my heat tight. And I put in that work just to eat right. Waiting on the green light, sometimes that's what it be like. So make you feel wild. Falling apart, but you still smile. Put on these shoes, walk a real mile. When you dropped in the debt and the bills high. So I picked up the pen and the pad and I bled my soul in it. With no gimmick, with no limit. Me and my home skillet, we gon' go get it. Made in the studio, was smooth in the closet. Then I put together a routine and scheme for the profit. Money was the topic, ain't no doubt about it. Gotta fill these pockets, I could only dream of deposit. Stick to the plan, put in the fans. Up in the stands, waving hands. Went through them scams, with no advance. Traveled the land, crammed in the van. And you might know how it feels too. When you broke as fuck and the bills still. And you been out of trouble land, though you know it's struggle, but you still go hustle if it kills you. I'm sick of the pain, it's time for a change. I don't give a damn what they say about my past. They can say that it's trash, but it made me who I am today. You might know how it feels too. When you broke as fuck and the bills still. And you been out of trouble land, though you know it's struggle, but you still go hustle if it kills you. I'm sick of the pain, it's time for a change. I don't give a damn what they say about my past. So kiss my ass, 'cause it made me who I am today. Every day I'm legacy, I grind in a rampage. New dreams you can't chase. Everybody telling me mine was a damn waste. Sipping wrong and I got my own label and a fan base. Probably hanging out with the paper route. They fully made it, but I made it down. Laying the labor down, doing it great. I'm making a major sound. See you later, clown. Ain't afraid to drown. Need to play around. Staying dedicated how. And they said that I couldn't. No, turn the paper their thing that I put in my blood, my sweat, my tears. Look at me now. I'm everything that they said I wouldn't. I keep it 100 and promise that I never change. So I deal with my day one. Even when the fame comes, it's a shame, huh? Staying humble, I'll never forget where I came from. Came from the bottom and I'm selling these units. Look at all these motherfuckers that I influence. All they do is talk and not really do this much. I'll bring it a hell of a more. And it hurts your pride and it kills inside. It makes you so mad. I want this shit so bad. Every time I open this notepad. You might know how it feels too. When you broke as fuck and the bills still. And you been out of trouble land, though you know it's struggle, but you still go hustle if it kills you. I'm sick of the pain, it's time for a change. I don't give a damn what they say. My past, they can say that it's trash, but it made me who I am today. 'Cause you might know how it feels too. When you broke as
Right?
Got a buzz out, $25. Drop 200, I got too much, and I got too fried. I'm sunny side up. Got your dad doing blow my ass. Got your mom trying to suck on my nuts. Don't tell me money don't buy happiness when it's so happen that money buy drugs. Therefore, by the transitive property, when I'm fucked up, don't talk to me. I feel like it's a bunch of little bugs on top of me. Help me, I can't get them off of me. I can't move, I'm stuck in the sofa. They're stuck in a room where the walls get closer. Next time you try fucking me, I'll put you in the bath with a plug being toaster. It's too late, no one can stop me. Hey Siri, how do you get rid of a body? Chop it up, do a little bit of karate. I'm doing 90 and it's sitting in the bag riding shoddy. Such a good boy when I was 18, but I smoked alcohol and drank weed, and now my brain turned into baked beans. Don't be like me, it's Got a new plug, my other guy sucks. Brother got a buzz out, $25. Drop 200, I got too much, and I got too fried. I'm sunny side up. Got your dad doing blow my ass. Got your mom trying to suck on my nuts. Don't tell me money don't buy happiness when it's so happen that money buy drugs. I feel obligated to say this, kids don't do drugs. Drugs are dangerous. The brain can change in ways I can't explain, but it feel like I never saw this shit in its entirety. As soon as let's go. Shorty red hot, she ain't high demand. I'ma play it cool like it's side of range. I don't say these hoes, I'm not Spider-Man, but I did a bump and I hit the blunt once and it got me saying da damn. Saw that ass moving like a lava lamp, drop it down, saw that thing bounce like a bad advance. White went off white like I got a tan, nightstand looking like a goddamn avalanche. Hit the strip, I got 4 or 5 plugs. I just tell my story, I don't glorify drugs. I'm a role model if you wanna die young, but I got a whole lot if you wanna buy some old. I was gone for a minute, but I came back, my payback, getting paid off a playback. Thinking back on the day when you never listen to me, now look at me. And I owe you nothing. Yeah, I did it on my own while same place. Yeah, I told you something. You never listen to me, now look at me. And I owe you nothing. And I did it on my own while same fuck you. Yeah, I did it on my own while same fuck you. Could've fell off and blame it all on you. Cause bitch, I'm a cutter, smooth, no butter. Fuck as bad as up, you be fucking with my butter. No water, get dug butter. On your bitch's face in the back of the gutter. No water, baby said she love it. Hop on my dick like a tag of the butter. Yeah, bounce on my dick, yeah, bounce on my D-ho. Bounce up and down till I bust, make it freak, yo. Cool boy, bitch, yeah, get it with my D-ho. Hit it from the back while I'm eating chili free, yo. Yeah, bounce on my dick, yeah, bounce on my D-ho. Bounce up and down till I bust, make it freak, yo. Cool boy, bitch, I'ma get it with my D-ho. Hit it from the back while I'm eating chili free, yo. I told you something. You never listen to me, now look at me. And I owe you nothing. Yeah, I did it on my own while same place. Yeah, I told you something. You never listen to me, now look at me. And I owe you nothing. Yeah, I did it on my own while same fuck you, yeah.
This investigation is sponsored by Endel. The Stargate Project was a top-secret U.S. military program that experimented with psychic spies for, well, seeing across space and time, a rather useful capability during the Cold War and other international conflicts, as you might imagine. But You already knew that, unless you're watching this video before part 1, and if that's the case, I won't judge. So, where did we leave off? Well, it's 1975 and the CIA had become mostly convinced of the reality of psychic powers, and particularly remote viewing, the ability to use the mind's eye alone to observe and acquire direct information of locations, objects, and events blocked from ordinary means of perception. Operating at Stanford Research Institute, Stargate's two main scientists, Dr. Hal Pitoff and Russell Targ, found a former police commissioner named Pat Price. And for the CIA, Price remote viewed a Soviet nuclear research center, 2 foreign embassies, and a Libyan missile training site, providing virtually irrefutable evidence of psychic functioning, and most importantly, its practical use in military and intelligence gathering operations. And for Pitoff and Targ, he unwittingly brought them to realize that remote viewing not only penetrates through geographical distance, but also the dimension of time. Pat Price's sudden death in 1975 left the CIA with many burning questions, but due to internal politicking, the project was passed to various other government entities like Hot Potato. Not many wanted to have their name linked to Stargate due to the taboo nature of the project. However, the reality of remote viewing never ceased to be apparent. And once it landed in the hands of the U.S. Army Intelligence and Security Command, or INSCOM, a few higher-ups recognized the potential and made significant efforts to do what the CIA before them had failed to achieve. If remote viewing was real, it was time to put it into action, with a unit of trained psychic soldiers and a number of military missions that would ultimately reach the office of the U.S. president. But if all that was so successful, and the reality of remote viewing was effectively proven beyond doubt, why did the CIA shut down the program? What exactly did they find? So, that's today's story, and the adventures of these psychic spies might just blow your mind. All my sources have been carefully vetted, and you'll find a link to them in the description. Hey, fellow seekers, welcome. I'm Mr. Mythos. If you're a fan of strange, ancient, and in this case, top-secret scientific mysteries with research so deep, you're guaranteed to fall down the rabbit hole, you're in the right place. I humbly ask you, give this video a like and ding the notification bell so you don't miss any of the rare info we'll be digging into every video. Before we dive in though, you might know that the Stargate project wasn't only focused on remote viewing. Among other psychic and psychological phenomena, one thing that really captured their attention was the effect of audio waveforms on the human brain. As seen in their now infamous declassified report, Analysis and Assessment of Gateway Process, which I promise I'll cover in a future video. But right now, I want to make it clear that the powerful effects audio can have on our brain are well studied and scientifically accepted. And today's sponsor, Endel, is a non-profit app that takes everything we know about sound and uses artificial intelligence to help you relax, energize, focus, and more. Their patented technology personalizes the soundscape in real time, adapting to what's going on in and around you. Since I've been pretty into this Stargate stuff, I decided to make Endel an essential part of my workflow. So, while working on these 2 videos, I've had my headphones playing Endel, and let me tell you, I usually deal with serious brain fog and distraction, but Endel's been an actual game changer. It's pretty obvious to me how much better I've been working. But don't just take my word for it. Endel's effectiveness is backed by neuroscience. A 2021 study found that their engineered soundscape resulted in a 7 times increase in focus, and that focus was maintained for 95% of the time spent listening. These results were further validated in a peer-reviewed research paper in 2022. But more than just focus, Endel has soundscapes for almost any activity. So if you feel you could use a boost in energy, a shot of motivation, or possibly the world's coolest sleep soundscape and wake-up alarm, definitely take advantage of this offer. The first 100 of you to download Endel using my link in the description will get a free week of audio experiences. Thanks again to Endel. Let's jump right into part 2 of our investigation of the Stargate project and discover the true potential of the human mind. The Stargate project had many phases and a history well worth exploring, and take it from me, understanding its evolution is the only way to truly unlock the answers to the mysteries it left us with. But the fact remains that it's pretty convoluted, with the only constant throughout its 23 years being the continued evidence that remote viewing actually works. Well, sometimes. Because of this constant mix of indisputable success and blatant failure, often occurring in the same viewing, the Stargate project will be passed back and forth through an alphabet soup of different departments and agencies, with 8 or so uniquely codenamed iterations. So, Stargate itself was very much alive and well, despite the CIA terminating their involvement in the project. Temporarily, of course, as they didn't know they'd eventually be dragged back in. Perhaps the best way to explain its evolution is from a now declassified presentation from 1986, given by the Defense Intelligence Agency, and regarding Project Sunstreak, which was the last iteration before the project finally became Stargate. For this, I'll be narrating the speaker's actual transcripts, along with the original presentation slides. By the way, don't worry if you get confused at any point. The government loves to make things complicated, but I hope this will give you a bit of insight on how they treated the project internally. So, without further ado, quote, "Good afternoon. I would like to present a brief overview of the Project Sunstreak, giving a few points on its historical background, and explanations of what is accomplished by our project. This briefing and the information it contains is classified secret, special access information. Since the early 1970s, the Department of Defense, DoD, has been involved in examining potential uses of psychoenergetics, experiments using remote viewing as an intelligence gathering tool conducted by 2 laser physicists, Hal Pitoff and Russell Targ at Stanford Research Institute, SRI, proved successful. Using several apparently gifted psychic subjects, the most notable of whom were Pat Price and Ingo Swann, SRI scientists conducted several CIA-sponsored remote viewing tests. Psychic impressions included much detailed, accurate information, some of which was previously unreported, about redacted. The psychic impressions were confirmed by Hammond and national technical sources. As a result of these original tests, emphasis on the last decade has centered on remote viewing, rather than on other aspects of parapsychology, such as mental telepathy, ESP, or psychokinesis. In 1977, the U.S. Army Intelligence and Security Command, INSCOM, established a project team under the Assistant Deputy Chief of Staff for Human Intelligence and implemented the Gondola Wish program. Project Gondola Wish, purpose, to integrate the Soviet and Eastern psychoenergetic intelligence collection threat into the All-Source Operations, OPSEC, support scenario. Location, Fort Meade, Maryland. By 1978, the Army Technical Intelligence Field Agency concluded that there was sufficient evidence to warrant the development of a comprehensive program to explore intelligence collection applications of psychoenergetics. The Army canceled the Gondola Wish effort, placed a complete security envelope over the Army's interest in psychoenergetics, and implemented a new program directed toward intelligence collection using remote viewing. Project Grow Flame, purpose, to use remote viewing as a collection method. Location, Fort Meade, Maryland. The next concern, however, was whether or not information obtained from remote viewing would be of reasonable accuracy. Even if so, would the information be accepted and used by the intelligence community? On the 4th of September, 1979, the Army Technical Intelligence Field Agency tasked INSCOM to locate a missing Navy aircraft. Hence, the first INSCOM Grow Flame operational remote viewing session took place. In this initial session, the remote viewer located the missing aircraft within 15 miles of where it had crashed. End quote. Now, hold on. Let's pause the presentation for a second, because it would be criminal not to mention the odd and enduring connection between psychics and airplanes. The history of psychics being recruited to locate missing aircrafts is a long one, but maybe for a good reason, because there's also a history of remote viewers finding them. As we just heard, in 1979, a viewer pinpointed a Navy aircraft 15 miles from its downed location, but that success is far from the only one in Stargate's resume. According to the quintessential 1977 book, Remote Viewers, The Secret History of America's Psychic Spies, by the science writer Jim Schnabel, who interviewed some pretty high-ranking members of Stargate, Ken Bell of the Fort Meade unit successfully located 2 crash sightings. For the first, he remote viewed a small mountain in Virginia, even giving the exact name of the mountain, which was called Bald Knoll. In the second instance, he pinpointed a location high in the Peruvian Andes where the burned wreckage of an American helicopter and its deceased crew were later found. However, Stargate's most famous lost aircraft find occurred in 1976 at SRI. The viewer was a young woman named Rosemary Smith, and her target was a Soviet Tu-22 bomber that had been outfitted as a spy plane. The only thing she was told was that it crashed somewhere in the jungle of the Central African Republic. By that point, the CIA and the Department of Defense had oriented a number of spy satellites in order to attempt to find the plane themselves, with no luck. So the head of the CIA, Admiral Stansfield Turner, personally reached out to SRI for help. This particular story became so famous because the former U.S. President Jimmy Carter, who was president during the events, came out on record after the declassification of Stargate, speaking about what happened. As recorded in CNN's archives, President Carter stated that Rosemary Smith, quote, went into a trance and gave some latitude and longitude figures. We focused our satellite cameras on that point, and the plane was there, end quote. Those are the president's words, as recorded by CNN in 1995. Alright, so where were we? It's 1979, and the very first operational remote viewing of Project Grow Flame was a massive success. The missing Navy aircraft was found. Now, back to the presentation. Quote, based on these results, INSCOM was tasked to work against additional operational targets. These taskings forced a premature halt to the initial training phases, and by December of 1979, the project was committed to operations. Cooperation was formalized among active Grow Flame players, other than the DIA and INSCOM. These included the Secretary of the Army, Army General Counsel, Assistant Surgeon General for Medical R&D, Vice Chief of Staff of the Army, NSA, CIA, Navy, and Redacted. INSCOM terminated formal involvement with Grow Flame at the end of 1982, but maintained its momentum of effort by the direction of the commanding general under a special access program called Center Lane, funded with monies from the Air Force Security and Investigative Activities programs. On the 19th of October, 1983, DIA published the results of their 3-year psychoenergetics evaluation effort. There were several key recommendations that resulted from the 3-year Grow Flame effort, as shown here. These findings and recommendations were supported by an independent science review panel. Basic research in both remote viewing and remote action phenomena should be initiated. Applied intelligence applications research in remote viewing should be continued and should be under the overall management of DIA. By February 1985, the initial steps were underway to transfer Center Lane to DIA as a DoD Special Access Program. The DoD and DIA psychoenergetic collection effort is now called Sunstreak, and the mission of Sunstreak is shown here. Purpose: to undertake operational intelligence applications using an aspect of psychoenergetics known as remote viewing. Project Sunstreak facilities and activities are located in Fort Meade, Maryland, approximately halfway between Washington, D.C. and Baltimore, Maryland. An integral part of the mission of Sunstreak involves training professional intelligence personnel to remote view. training developed from the practical application of state-of-the-art psychoenergetic technology drawn from academic institutions, scientific laboratories, and research establishments around the world. In the 1970s, the consensus was that the remote viewing process seemed to be facilitated by physical relaxation and enhanced internal attention. Remote viewing is a highly controlled and formally established, unique intelligence collection capability which has the following characteristics. It is passive. To the extent of our knowledge, collection by remote viewing is totally passive. That is to say, it cannot be detected when used. Only one scientific claim of detection of remote viewing is known. Chinese scientists claim to have detected remote viewing during their experiments with children. Data on these experiments is insufficient to validate their claim. Remote viewing is inexpensive. The principal cost of remote viewing collection is the people involved. There is little expensive hardware since, for the most part, the people themselves are the equipment. Remote viewing has no known defense. Time, distance, target, size, or degree of difficulty all have no apparent effect on collection by remote viewing. Even conceptualized plans have been collected prior to their actual implementation. Remote viewing has been successfully used against 7 categories of tasking: penetration of inaccessible targets, science and technology information, queuing of other intelligence collection systems, imminent hostilities, determination of nuclear from non-nuclear targets, human source assessments, and accurate personality profiles. 2 of these categories, penetration of inaccessible targets and the queuing of other intelligence collection systems, are used predominantly at this time. This has been a brief overview of Project Sunstreak, a psychoenergetics program under the auspices of the Defense Intelligence Agency. Let me caution you again that the information contained in this briefing has been classified secret and is compartmented, special access information, end quote. At the time of this presentation, in 1986, Stargate had expanded significantly since the days of Pat Price. There are now 2 main locations, Stanford Research Institute, SRI, and Fort Meade, Maryland. These were 2 very different worlds, one leaning more toward scientific inquiry and the other toward more practical military operations. While SRI definitely had their fair share of missions, they were more geared toward running statistical experiments in stark white rooms filled to the brim with high-tech equipment. The unit at Fort Meade, however, was another story. According to a 1995 Washington Post interview with Fort Meade's first and possibly most gifted psychic soldier, remote viewer 001, aka Joseph McMonagle, quote, McMonagle reported to an old, leaky wooden barracks at Fort Meade where he went into a one-person office. He sat at a desk with a typewriter and a mug of coffee. He was then presented with sealed envelopes, sometimes large brown ones, sometimes small white ones, and he was asked to supply information about whatever was inside, end quote. The unit at Fort Meade would be assigned missions where all other agencies' approaches and attempts had failed. They were composed of around 15 remote viewers, but we're just going to focus on one, Joseph McMonagle. The reason for this is because it's
Hey Saj, what's up? Welcome to another reading. This is the Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, Rising. Let's make a badass couple. So they want to make things right, they want to make things fair, okay? But whatever they're doing, they're wanting to make it and do it in a very practical way and not get emotionally overwhelmed, alright? So whatever they're doing, they're strategizing and using their logic over their emotions. That's what I have for you, Saj. Hope this video resonates, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Have you ever just looked at somebody and been like, yo, it ain't nothing godly about that person? Like, I can tell something is controlling them. Like, Wow, they under demonic possession. Well, listen, if you ever felt like that before and you seen people under demonic possession, stay tuned through this whole entire video because I'm about to give you the signs of what to look for when you're dealing with people who are under demonic possession. And I'm also going to tell you, what they trying to do to you if you come in contact or you encounter people who are under demonic possession. But first of all, if you don't believe in demonic possession, watch this video right here.
Trying to reason with my demon child. I can't make this up.
Prince, stop being in the door, right, baby? Prince, stop. You can't threaten me. You're a little fish me, buddy. So stop, okay? Prince, you have to stop or I'm going to end up having to whoop you so bad. You're going to eat those too? Prince. I'm gonna whoop you so bad I'm gonna end up going to jail, Chris, so you have to stop, okay? You want me to go to jail? Chris. Not with mom? Just me? Listen, because I'm literally gonna whoop you super bad, buddy. Chris. Okay, you're just gonna sleep in your crib? Chris, say sorry. Are you done? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna whoop you when you get out, okay? Prince, you're in timeout for 2 hours. You gotta stay in your pen. I'm right here.
You're already fallen. I barely even prayed. So say this one. Say Jesus. Now listen, when we pray, you gotta let the tongues roll, okay? Alright, say Jesus. Fill me with the Holy Spirit. In Jesus' name. Amen. Father, I thank you for this young lady. I pray, Holy Spirit, you fill her now. Get off of her. That unclean, yeah, get off of her now. Let her go. Yeah, that unclean, you come out of her. Oh, there you are. You better come out of her. Yeah, you unclean spirit. You perverse spirit. No, I'm not stupid. You're going to get out of her. You can't have her, you little snake. You're going to leave this girl. You can't have this little girl. You hear me? You hear me? In Jesus' name. Yeah, come out of her. You serpent. Get out of her now. Come out. Come out of her. Your time's up. Stop messing with this little girl. You unclean spirit. Come out of her. Come out of her now. You can't have her. Get out of her. All the way. Out. You seducing serpent. Come out of her. Now. Now. In Jesus' name. Give me a female. Come here. In Jesus' name. Come out of her. Come out of her now. Out. Out. There it comes. Yep. Come out. Yep. You unclean spirit. Come out. Come out. Oh. What should I do? How should I live? And who should I become? We need the guidance of both ancient wisdom and modern science to get the balance right. What is the meaning of life? Why do some people find meaning, purpose, and fulfillment in life, but others do not? Where does happiness come from?
flesh desires is opposed to the spirit, and what the spirit desires is opposed to the flesh. For these are opposed to each other to prevent you from doing what you want. If passion drives, let reason hold the reins. Desire and reason are pulling in different directions. Feelings of guilt, lust, or fear are often stronger than reasoning. Freud said that the mind is divided into three parts: the ego, the conscious, rational self; the superego, the conscience, sometimes too rigid commitment to the rules of society; and the id, the desire for pleasure, lots of it, sooner rather than later. Human thinking depends on metaphor. The driver, the ego, struggles frantically to control a hungry, lustful, and disobedient horse, the id, while the driver's father, the superego, sits in the back seat lecturing the driver on what he is doing wrong. For Freud, the goal of psychoanalysis was to escape this pitiful state by strengthening the ego, thus giving it more control over the id and more independence from the superego. The older metaphors about controlling animals work beautifully. Throughout recorded history, people have lived with and tried to control animals, and these animals made their way into ancient metaphors. Buddha, for example, compared the mind to a wild elephant. In days gone by, this mind of mine used to stray wherever selfish desire or lust or pleasure would lead it. Today, this mind does not stray and is under the harmony of control, even as a wild elephant is controlled by the trainer. Plato used a similar metaphor in which the self, or soul, is a chariot, and the calm, rational part of the mind holds the reins. Plato's charioteer had to control two horses. The horse that is on the right, or nobler side, is upright in frame and well-jointed, with a high neck and a regal nose. He is a lover of honor, with modesty and self-control. Companion to true glory, he needs no whip and is guided by verbal commands alone. The other horse is a crooked, great jumble of limbs, companion to wild boasts and indecency. He is shaggy around the ears, deaf as a post, and just barely yields to horsewhip and goad combined. It's no accident that we find the carnal pleasure so rewarding. Our brains, like rat brains, are wired so that food and sex give us little bursts of dopamine, the neurotransmitter that is the brain's way of making us enjoy the activities that are good for the survival of our genes. Plato's bad horse plays an important role in pulling us toward these things, which helped our ancestors survive and succeed in becoming our ancestors. The control system allows people to think about long-term goals and thereby escape the tyranny of the here and now. The automatic triggering of temptation by the sight of tempting objects. People can imagine alternatives that are not visually present. They can weigh long-term health risks against present pleasures, and they can learn in conversation about which choices will bring success and prestige. The automatic system has its finger on the dopamine release button. The control system, in contrast, is better seen as an advisor. It's a rider placed on the elephant's back to help the elephant make better choices. Once you understand the power of stimulus control, you can use it to your advantage by changing the stimuli in your environment and avoiding undesirable ones. Or if that's not possible, by filling your consciousness with thoughts about their less tempting aspects. Buddhism, for example, in an effort to break people's carnal attachment to their own and others' flesh, developed methods of meditating on decaying corpses. By choosing to stare at something that revolts the automatic system, the writer can begin to change what the elephant will want in the future. The writer can see farther into the future, and the writer can learn valuable information by talking to other writers. The writer is an advisor or servant, not a king, president, or charioteer with a firm grip on the reins. It is conscious, controlled thought. The elephant, in contrast, is everything else. The elephant includes the gut feelings, visceral reactions, emotions, and intuitions that comprise much of the automatic system. The elephant and rider each have their own intelligence, and when they work together well, they enable the unique brilliance of human beings. To understand the most important ideas in psychology, you need to understand how the mind is divided into parts that sometimes conflict. We assume that there is one person in each body, but in some ways we are each more like a committee whose members have been thrown together to do a job, but who often find themselves working at cross purposes. Human rationality depends critically on sophisticated emotionality. It is only because our emotional brains work so well that our reasoning can work at all. Reason and emotion must both work together to create intelligent behavior. The moment one stops trying to suppress a thought, the thought comes flooding in and becomes even harder to banish. When controlled processing tries to influence thought, don't think about a white bear. It sets up an explicit goal. And whenever one pursues a goal, the part of the mind automatically monitors progress so that it can order corrections or know when success has been achieved. When that goal is an action in the world, such as arriving at the airport on time, this feedback system works well. But when the goal is mental, it backfires. Automatic processes continually check. Am I not thinking about a white bear? As the act of monitoring for the absence of the thought introduces the thought, the person must try even harder to divert consciousness. Automatic and controlled processes end up working at cross purposes, firing each other up to ever greater exertions. But because controlled processes tire quickly, eventually the inexhaustible automatic processes run unopposed, conjuring up herds of white bears. Thus, the attempt to remove an unpleasant thought can guarantee it a place on your frequent playlist of mental ruminations. We sometimes fall into the view that we are fighting with our unconscious, our id, our animal self. But really, we are the whole thing. We are the rider and we are the elephant. Both have their strengths and special skills. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The whole universe is change, and life itself is but what you deem it." Buddha taught, "What we are today comes from our thoughts of yesterday, and our present thoughts build our life of tomorrow. Our life is the creation of our mind." Events in the world affect us only through our interpretations of them. So, if we can control our interpretations, we can control our world. There is no reality, only perception. The art of pop psychology is to develop a method, beyond lecturing and hectoring, that guides people to that realization. Self-help books and seminars sometimes seem to consist of little more than lecturing and hectoring people until they understand this idea and its implications for their lives. To take something philosophically means to accept a great misfortune without weeping or even suffering. We use this term in part because of the calmness, self-control, and courage that three ancient philosophers, Socrates, Seneca, and Boethius, showed while they awaited their executions. But in the Consolation of Philosophy, which Boethius wrote while in prison, he confessed that at first he was anything but philosophical. He wept and wrote poems about weeping. He cursed injustice and old age and the goddess of fortune who had blessed him and then abandoned him. Then one night, while Boethius is wallowing in his wretchedness, the majestic apparition of Lady Philosophy visits him and proceeds to chide him for his unphilosophical behavior. Lady Philosophy then guides Boethius through reinterpretations that foreshadow modern cognitive therapy. She begins by asking Boethius to think about his relationship with the goddess of fortune. Philosophy reminds Boethius that fortune is fickle, coming and going as she pleases. Boethius took fortune as his mistress, fully aware of her ways, and she stayed with him for a long time. What right has he now to demand that she be chained to his side? Lady Philosophy presents fortune's defense. Why should I alone be deprived of my rights? The heavens are permitted to grant bright days, then blot them out with dark nights. The year may decorate the face of the earth with flowers and fruits, then make it barren again with clouds and frost. The sea is allowed to invite the sailor with fair weather, then terrify him with storms. Shall I then permit man's insatiable cupidity to tie me down to a sameness that is alien to my habits? Lady Philosophy reframes change as normal and as the right of fortune. The whole universe is change, Aurelius had said. Boethius was fortunate. Now he's not. That is no cause for anger. Rather, he should be grateful that he enjoyed fortune for so long, and he should be calm now that she has left him. No man can ever be secure until he has been forsaken by fortune. Lady Philosophy tries several other reframing tactics. She points out that his wife, sons, and father are each dearer to him than his own life, and all four still live. She helps him see that adverse fortune is more beneficial than good fortune. The latter only makes men greedy for more, but adversity makes them strong. And she draws Boethius's imagination far up into the heavens, so that he can look down on the earth and see it as a tiny speck on which even tinier people play out their comical and ultimately insignificant ambitions. She gets him to admit that riches and fame bring anxiety and avarice, not peace and happiness. After being shown these new perspectives and having his old assumptions challenged, Boethius is finally prepared to absorb the greatest lesson of all. The lesson Buddha and Aurelius had taught centuries earlier. Nothing is miserable unless you think it's so. And on the other hand, nothing brings happiness unless you are content with it. When he takes this lesson to heart, Boethius frees himself from his mental prison. He regains his composure, writes a book that has comforted people for centuries, and faces his death with dignity. Epiphanies can be life-altering, but most fade in days or weeks. The writer can just decide to change and then order the elephant to go along with the program. Lasting change can come only by retraining the elephant, and that's hard to do. When pop psychology programs are successful when helping people, which they sometimes are, they succeed not because of the initial moment of insight, but because they find ways to alter people's behavior over the following months. They keep people involved with the program long enough to retrain the elephant. When pleasure or pain comes to them, the wise feel above pleasure and pain. Do not seek to have events happen as you want them to, but instead want them to happen as they do happen, and your life will go well. Happiness comes from within, and it cannot be found by making the world conform to your desires. Our life is the creation of our mind. Thinking makes it so.
Hmm.
Peace.